It's time to take a short break. Stand up, stretch and hydrate. Welcome back. Let's get to it.
All right, welcome in, folks. Happy Thursday. I hope everybody's had a good week. Gonna get things started here. I've got a plan of attack on the Jerboa paint job here. We'll talk about that here in a minute. But first and foremost, if you're watching the VOD, feel free to put whatever music you so choose on. Kick back, relax, and enjoy as we continue painting the Jerboa today. Going to be continuing to work on toning down the darks, brightening up the lights, some of the shading around the eyes, hopefully. Might get into the inner ear hair there. We'll see how far we get today. But thank you guys for joining. Apologies about the lack of streams this week. I have not been feeling well. I'm not sure what's going on. Symptomatically, nothing would suggest I'm sick. So, just been feeling pretty beat down this week and sore and all of that. It's not the C word. It's not that. But yeah, I'm feeling a bit better, so we're gonna give this a go today. I have done well. Here, let me get over here. We'll talk about it. Um, essentially, you may know we tried to give this a go on Tuesday, and it just didn't work out because I was not feeling well, and I was not in the mood to deal with complications. But in a nutshell, just to kind of summarize, one of the things I've mentioned I want to improve on is my painting technique and ability and know-how, all of that, And one of the things in my research on the topic on YouTube, I ran into multiple people on YouTube, thin your paints, thin your acrylics every time, all the time, kind of logic, and if you don't, basically you're stupid kind of implications. You know what I mean? Um, I've really given it a go, and I really do like the fluid medium uh, on a lot of things, but I think it has a time and a place, and I don't buy into. Uh, I'm not picking up what they're putting down. All right. I think that thinning your acrylics to varying degrees for various things is very much acceptable and oftentimes uh, helpful, right? But I also think it's circumstantial. I think that sometimes it's okay to just go in with a little bit of paint on your brush without thinning it. That was kind of playing into some of our frustrations, of course. But that being said, I think I'm going to try a different plan of attack here. And see using the fluid medium because, dry brushing, I don't want to make him look dusty, but that light gray for our base is just not coming through well enough. So I think what we're going to do is dilute the paint a little bit with a fluid medium, right? And just kind of keep brushing over it. Hopefully, it's getting us to at least a desaturated gray, a little bit lighter than what we have here. I already know that it'll work with our lighter shades, but that's going to be the true testament there. We'll find out. I think when it comes to the shading on the underside of the brow there, right above the eyeball, I don't think we're going to be using any fluid medium on that. It just complicates things too much. So we're going to avoid that. Also, not a playlist right yet for those watching live. This is just auto playing. We'll allow it. Haven't put the playlist on quite yet. So that's the plan of attack today. We'll see how we fare. I kind of made myself a bit of a mess on Tuesday. That was frustrating, but I ended up getting that corrected. I was trying something that I wasn't quite happy with, but it's going to need a little bit of a touch up in a spot I see. But that's fine because I have to mix that color again to hit the paw pads once more. Nothing we can't get through. This has been, as many of you know, the biggest project I've ever done. It has been very trying at times, but I'm also very proud of it. So, we all run into obstacles. Just keep pushing through, That's all you can do. But let's see, to start out, I think we're going to hit this dark gray. And to do that, I need to get some things prepped and ready. And once this song is over, I'll go ahead and put on a playlist. And go ahead and get this mixed in. We're also gonna repeat the lighter bass there, just a little bit for a little bit of a blend, but that won't be until later on, so. We'll see how this goes, and then if need be, in a later coat here, I'll add a little bit of a drop of something, a slight shade lighter, just to brighten it up a little bit. Okay, playlist. Right. Let's do that. What are we gonna listen to today? I think we're gonna go with the classic rock summer. Shuffle that. And I think we're gonna go ahead and skip that song. I need my little handheld light too, just so I have it handy. I'll have to grab that here in a minute. And remember, we're not going for like absolute 100% coverage, because part of the reason why we're doing this the way I am is to hopefully get a little bit of color depth in the fur. Let me get a paper towel. All right. I may very well do an actual dry brushing as a final layer, like super light of a drastically lighter tone, just real light, like lightly drag it across on the darker side. We'll see. We'll see. How we doing out there, chat? Did it only take 3 days to kill my stream? Is that how it works here? You don't feel well for a few days and your stream dies? I do think instead of trying to push into doing more streams, I'm going to do the logical thing and stream when the hell I feel like it until things are more consistently justifying. You know what I mean? I also think I'm going to stop being so hard on myself about saving work for stream and just work on stuff when I feel like it. I'm going to hit the tip of the tail here. And then I'll do the rest of the length of the tail. All right. I don't really want to pick him up quite yet, but I need to get the other side of the tail. Let's turn him towards the fan. I actually need to move the fan a little bit too. Give me 1 second here. All right. Let's see. Yeah, let's let that dry for just a minute here. Oh no. I didn't mean to do that. Sorry, chat. I accidentally bumped a button on my keyboard and it skipped to the next song. I've been debating whether I take a break after this project or not. I still can't really give a definitive answer, so I'm going to be sitting here talking to myself, though I may very well do that. I almost think, as far as the arms and the hand and all that, the feet. Well, there we go. We got a little bit there. If it'll do that more, we'll be fine. I still think we'd probably need to go over that with a shade lighter. And apologies if it's. We'll switch back overhead. Nah, not yet. We need to hit this with another coat before we do that. Antarius, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. We're gonna place the fan there for a minute, let that dry before we try to hit it with another coat. I think, yeah, like I said, we'll go over the darks one more time, tone that down a bit more, see where we stand. This color, which is this right here, we're gonna hit that again. Basically, we'll go over the lighter areas. Not the entirety of it though. I'm gonna touch the toes a little bit, the fingertips, and then, but this is mostly to go over this area and then drag it back a little bit further in an overlap up into the ear. Maybe 1 or 2 coats on that. And that should get us where we need to be there. I also need to run it up through the middle there and dust the top of the nose to tone that down just a tad bit. Before we do any of that, actually no, we're going to hit it with a coat, let that dry, and then I'm going to go in above the eyes on the lower part of the brow and do that shading because there's a bit of darker fur gradient around the eye. Might tickle below the black lining on the eye there too. Just a wee little bit. But like I said, first we need to go over the dark gray once again with the lighter gray. All the grays, 50 shades of them or something like that. All the grays and no leather, you know? One second, let me grab that. Little handheld light helps out with the shadowing. Lots of shadowing in this, so all the protrusions and layering and all of that obviously creates quite a bit of shadow. I want paint loaded in the brush, but I don't want it all saturated right on the tip because then we get overloaded when we place the brush and we don't want that. Knocked over my light. I don't know if we're going to hit the arms again. Maybe. Yeah, maybe one more time. All right. Gotta let that dry for a moment before I can pick them up and do the bottom of the tail. We'll get the underarms too when we pick them up. All right, I'm going to give that a minute, and then we'll flip them over and get the bottom of the tail, the bottom of the arms, and the bottom of the feet. He's definitely getting lighter. I not quite as light as I was hoping, but I'm okay with it. Should probably make sure that side's facing the fan for the moment. Make sure that's all dry before I pick him up. Once we're done with toning down the darks to one of the things I need to do, like around the arms and around the ankles, I need to go in with this base and go over the protruding pieces, the overlapping pieces. Obviously not something I was concerned about with all the brushing that's going on. It's inevitable that it gets overlapped and covered, so. All right, give me 1 second. All right. Yes, the feet and the arms.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hey, Rose, welcome in. How we doing? Believe it or not, you're the first one to say anything today. And pretty quiet. Being good and eating food? That's good. Apologies for the lack of streams. I've not been feeling good this week. And it seems that that's taken a toll on the stream, which is very discouraging. All right, underarms.
It's time to take a short break. Stand up, stretch and hydrate.
No, I don't think I will. I think I'll keep working, thank you. Boop. Nothing wrong if you want to take a little time off. Yeah, well, I mean, I know that, you know that, but algorithms don't give a fuck. So, what a world we live in. We've all chained ourselves to this bullshit. What's up, line? Put that light over here so I stop almost launching it off my desk every time I move my hand this way. Had to eat when I'm here. Hey, what's up, man? How's everybody's week going? All right, we got our base. I'm gonna leave it at that for right now. I wanted it to be a little bit lighter, but it is what it is. I think he looks all right. Too much damn sun. I agree. It's hot. It is hot. It's been hot like all week. We got a little slight break with rainy weather, but not much rain, and not a very long break either. New UI on Android. I saw people talking about a Twitch update on in chat yesterday on some streams. I haven't seen it myself. Is it awful? I imagine it's probably awful because it's Twitch we're talking about. Right side, I can see buzzards soaring about and hear them. It's different. Now I need to check it out if it's even updated on my phone. Hold on. So far, it looks the same, but again, I don't know if it's been updated. I haven't liked the UI on the mobile app for a long time, so yeah, I don't notice anything different, but I hardly ever use the mobile app, so let me see if it shows there's an update. No, it's not showing there's an update. Last updated 2 days ago. Yeah, I don't guess I'm not familiar with it enough to distinguish what the difference is. All right. We need this color. And then when that dries, we do some shadowing above the eyes on the underbrow. I use it for chat, old habits. I've done that a few times because like when Minchie and I are playing Fallout 76 and I've got a stream open, it's a pain in the ass to try to go back and forth because I have to run Fallout 76 in full screen, otherwise it runs like ass. Not my computer, just the game. So yeah, I would have the app open with just chat for the whatever stream I was watching on occasion. And then I use it's on iOS though. I have it on my iPad over here, so I can see chat like right at my desk. That's been saying there's an update forever, but I just keep ignoring it. Much like I've done with the OBS update, I just keep skipping it. I'll let them sort out all the bugs before I update.
Welcome back. Let's get to it.
All right, welcome back from the ad break. We didn't really do anything while you were gone, don't worry. Normally I put up the break screen, but it's been quiet today, so I've just kind of kept going. That'll be my, let's see, that paint goop over there. Posted the screenshot of the UI on general chat. In your Discord or mine? Mine. Wait, what? Where's chat? So, what? That looks awful. Why is there two windows? I'm so confused. Maybe instead of messing around with UI, they should work more on integrating features that they rolled out on desktop forever ago that still aren't implemented into mobile. Maybe that would be a good idea, you know? I mean, I'm no rocket scientist or anything. I've never once been employed by NASA, but I don't think that's the same kind of logic we're talking here. I think we're just talking common sense. And one would think before trying to mess around and reinvent the wheel, you would make sure the wheel has all of its parts first. You have to click on that thing to open the chat. What? Why? Whatever. I don't know. I've never once pretended to understand these tech companies, and I'm not about to begin now. What's up, Hugh? How's it going, man? Picture-in-picture mode activated while I did the screen. Oh, I see. Okay, so that's what the lower right window is then. That makes sense. Oh, I hope that. Oh, yeah, let's clean that off. No, you're fine, man. That wasn't my main thing anyway. It's just, it looks weird. Where's chat? What the hell is going on? So crap, how are you? I'm sorry, Hugh. I totally understand though. Not feeling well, Hugh, or what's up? Also, like I said, we tried this on Tuesday. I was not feeling well at all. And I was pretty salty and getting frustrated. And I do apologize for that. On the same token, I'm just going to come out and say it. I'm not one of these happy-go-lucky, like, annoyingly joyous people. That's just not me. I'm here to have a good time, of course, but I'm also just a real person. I'm not putting on a mask and I'm not putting on a front. What you see is what you get. And if I have a human response to something, golly geez, forgive me, you know? Personally, I prefer watching streams of real humans than people that put on a mask and a front, but, you know, we all have our own tastes. Q equals a chew. See what you did there? I ran out of peas. Uh-oh. I've got vegetable lo mein and some fried veggie or veggie fried rice left over from yesterday. Whenever I get around to eating. I'm just trying to lightly go over this spot right here. In fact, I'll use a different brush. This brush isn't very conducive for that. I want whatever jelly rolls this dude's having that's getting him stoned. You know what I mean? Those sound like pretty good jelly rolls, right? I just haven't had clean air in years, unable to sleep at night because I can't breathe from someone around me constantly burning shit, just over it, exhausted. What the hell are they burning, man? Jelly rolls? Yeah, he's talking about jelly rolls in this song. Why am I doing this? I already said I'm not doing it with that. It's going to be a very faint layering on this. We don't want to go overboard. God damn it. It's always the other side, chat. It's always the other side. All right. Let's tickle the fingers a little bit here. What are those? I have some jelly rolls or love handles. Jelly rolls. I mean, are we serious? I guess same as donuts. You've never heard it referred to as a jelly roll before, like jelly-filled donuts. But yes, also that, Hugh. Yeah, like yeah, jam donuts, jelly donuts. Not a big donut fan, I'll be honest. I mean I like donuts, but I'm just particular about which ones. A nice jelly donut's good. And my favorite would be Boston cream. Man, those are good. Boston cream, they're not really cream filled, they're custard filled, if you've never had one. And typically have chocolate on top. Not a fan of Krispy Kremes? It depends. It depends. I like Krispy Kremes, but like I said, I'm already particular as it is, so it's only certain ones. Krispy Kreme has a good Boston cream. They truly do. And in fact, that's my go-to if I see Krispy Kremes and I'm getting donuts. But Tim Hortons is pretty damn good. Dunkin' Donuts is trash. Don't at me. Not a fan. I don't understand all the hoopla and praise for their coffee either. We only recently got them. What, Krispy Kremes? I'll tell you, man, I will say, like, I've had it both ways, gas stations sell Krispy Kremes that are delivered each day or whatever. But nothing beats if you can find, and they're not around here. I've only found these when I've been on like traveling. But like an actual Krispy Kreme shop where you walk in and it's like everything's, just prepared fresh there. There's a big difference. I mean, not a huge difference, but fresh versus like slightly fresh, it does make a difference. As with all donuts, of course. I mean, fresh donuts are always better. All right, let's let him face the fan for a minute, make sure that's dry, and then I'm going to go over that again. AFK time. Left my sanding outside. While you have fun sanding, Rose, I'll be here doing the same thing over and over for a little bit. Not really, but kind of. Right. I was gonna switch brushes for this to make it a little bit easier on myself because I need to go over the nose. We want there to be a difference there, right? But not something super contrasting. A little bit of a blend, but not a perfect blend. Got my headphones on so I can still hear stream. Nice. That is, I mean, you guys heard me struggling with my headset battery situation the other day where one of them didn't charge overnight. And that's a pain, but like being able to do stuff like that is definitely a huge trade-off. Almost makes the struggles sometimes worth it. It's nice to not be tethered to my computer, you know? But yeah, I don't know. I think I'm gonna stop worrying so much about trying to add an extra day of streaming. It's stressing me out, and I don't really want to stress myself out over nothing. So let's roll with what we got here so far, and in the future we'll revisit. Maybe add some more stream time down the road. We'll see. A salesman. Got my headphones on so I can still. Oh wait, I read that. Oh no, not selling it by any means, Hugh. But I was pretty staunchly against the idea of a wireless headset for the reason of having to fight with batteries. And then finally, I broke down and got this set. And I overall I like it more than not, you know. But and it was also a pricey headset, so it better at least be something I'm moderately happy with, you know? Oh yes, I know what I was gonna do. Sweet B420 mental health is important. Yes, yes it is. I just worry because I know that my mental health, you know, situation, it's nothing new to me. It's been something I've contended with for the better part, if not more than a decade at this point. And I know, you know, interruptions are going to happen. I just worry that it's not conducive to streaming. I know it's not conducive to YouTube because YouTube's algorithm is awful. But I don't want to add more reasons to stress, you know? Like I know, like for instance, I know if I need to take some time away, but I also don't want to be worrying that like that's gonna negatively impact the stream. So trust me, I wish I could be more consistent than my stupid brain and body allows me to be, but it's by no means a reflection of my abilities and my drive and my desire. So I am going to let that dry a minute, and then I'm going to line that a little bit more. I need a little bit darker in here. It's looking so good. Thank you. Thank you. Have you tried the Rush brew? I don't know what that is, so no. Yeah, let me let that dry for a minute. And good grief, what's all this on Discord? Oh. Okay. Sorry, I was just checking an email I got there. Okay, let me see what the hell's going on Amazon, or Amazon. Ah, I see. Never mind. Just bought stuff. They make ale? I did not know that. Have you tried Maynard's wine? I have not. I was aware that he has a winery, though. Honestly, like, I like wine, but I'm not a big drinker anyway. I don't really drink you. And even though I like wine, wine doesn't like me, so I stay away from it. I can sit here and drink a whole bottle of Jameson over the course of an evening, you know, and live to tell the tale the next day. If I did that with a bottle of wine, well, I'll tell you, I drank a bottle of wine once while watching a movie years ago, and so I sat down, I drank it. I mean, it wasn't a huge bottle, average size bottle of wine, and admittedly, I hadn't eaten much, but I was watching a movie and the movie ended. I got up to go use the restroom, and the next thing I know, I had one of those steel claw bathtubs, you know, the cast iron tubs at this place that I was at the time. And the next thing I know, I woke up laying in the bathtub with my back draped over the edge, and I couldn't walk. So that was neat. I basically blacked out and fell over the back of the tub. But it was like 4 in the morning and I couldn't be bothered, so I crawled through the house and climbed into bed and went back to sleep. And I woke up fine the next day. So I avoid wine. On top of that experience, it just gives me hangovers, man. Like, I feel rough after I drink wine. I don't know if it's the sugar content or what, but yeah, even when I still drank, I avoided it. And I only quit. I haven't drank in years, and it's only because I just don't like the way. I like the taste of a good beer and a good whiskey, or, you know, but I don't like the way it makes me feel. So I just generally avoid alcohol altogether at this point. Plus, being that it's a downer, you know, it doesn't do any good for me as a depressive. So it's all feet juice. Yeah. I don't think I could even recall the last time I had a drink of anything. We have some hard ciders in the fridge that have probably been there for a year or two. And I didn't even get those. Menchie got those when she went to hang out with a friend from work. Um, and they were left over because she only had like one of them. They've been in the fridge. We'll go over that with a little bit of a lighter shade once we get to that point. I'm going to hit not all the way back this time. You know what? That brush is still got paint in it and it's kind of crispy. Let's get that. I was never a huge drinker though. I would drink socially, you know, or have a beer when I'm out doing some yard. I just got the wrong paint on my brush. Or have a beer when I'm out doing some yard work, you know, stuff like that. But I was never really a big drinker. When I got divorced, I went through a little phase. Mostly because I lived right behind a bar when I got rid of the place that we had together and got my own place. And I'd go over there and hang out because they had AC and I knew the bartender, and it's better than sitting at home and doing that, you know? And then what I'll do, I'll stay back away from that, but we're going to go over that with the other gray once more. Just kind of hopefully bring those together a little bit. I also learned during that time that there's nothing good that comes from the bar. You know what I mean? And as such, it has been a very long time since I've been to a bar. I'm also the guy that I'm just there to drink and have a good time. You know what I mean? I'm I'm a pretty happy drunk. Um, when I did drink. But for some reason, I swear to God, I don't know why, but everybody all the time just wanting to pick fights. And it's like, bro, I'm just sitting here. Just, can you fuck off? You know? I'm just minding my business, trying to have a drink and have a good time. A friend of mine had the same luck, and he kind of came to the same conclusion. Like, nope, I'm done with this. I don't need this drama. I just want to go have a good time, but I can't because some jackass always wants to pick a fight. The funny thing is, those guys talk a lot, but they never really do much. You know, it's kind of a weird psychology to it all, I suppose. Humans are strange creatures. especially when you get them in groups. Okay. Let's get this guy. Ah, these brushes don't hold paint for shit. Sometimes that's great. Other times, like right now, not so much. I do need to find a nice set of brushes. I have so many brushes though, man. I don't like most of them. All right. Let that dry a bit. Let me think out the process here, chat, because we have a few things that we need to do here. I need to go over this area with that same color on the inner ear hair there. We need to do the shading above the brow. Tribal mentality or horde mentality. Get a set of makeup brushes. Set of big, soft, floofy dry brushes right there. Yeah, I've got a couple few of these guys. My problem is though, there's so many areas with this that this is just too big. And the dry brushing on that dark color, which was my plan to dry brush lighter over top, it's just not covering the way that I was hoping it would. So I'm just using the fluid medium and just kind of going over it in coats. It's still giving me that nice undercoat effect with the darker color underneath. So, you know, it's fine. I think we might run a very light, like take that color that I've been using and throw a dab of this color, the light gray, mix it, and then just as a final touch, just lightly brush those dark areas. But overall, like the blend is coming together pretty well. You know, it doesn't have to be perfect. There is some delineation that should happen. Yeah, it's working out. Painting, Mr. Frightful. I don't know about you. I know Andy Mecca says the same thing. He has kind of the same feelings towards it. I'd much rather be sculpting than painting. I can paint to a serviceable level, sometimes pretty decently, but it is not my favorite thing to do by any means. I like the end result, but I don't particularly enjoy getting there, you know. Parts of painting I enjoy, but Most of it's just kind of an annoyance. It's one of the things that has me like, man, I should just cave and get into airbrushing and give it a go, but I don't know. Airbrushing to me personally, it seems like more of a chore than it's worth. Like the last thing I want to do is have to clean that damn thing every time I change colors. I avoided painting anything more detailed than a wall until 45. I don't, yeah, yeah. I enjoy that kind of painting even less. When I bought my house, I went crazy and painted like almost the entire house in the first year, and I can't stand the idea of it anymore. I have a kitchen that's been waiting to be redone, and I'm just like, maybe I'll just pay somebody. That's how much I hate painting. I'm, I'm almost willing to deal with contractors again, whom I've had nothing but bad luck with. Just getting to where paint goes where I want it to. Yeah, that's the thing for me when it comes to airbrushing. Number one, it just seems so like alien to me. I just the whole concept and process. It's cool. I mean, I follow some airbrush artists and subscribe to some amazing stuff. But for me personally, I don't know. I don't think I would like it. Number one, just having to clean it so often just sounds like more hassle than anything. And this like, you know, we're approaching 150 hours on this guy as it is. The last thing I want to do is add something that slows down that process more. You know, I mean, granted, you get the paint on faster, I suppose, but are you really saving time when you have to spend that time cleaning? I don't know. You know, that's the way I'm looking at it, I guess. A lot of upfront outlay. Have no idea where even have a spray booth. That's another problem for me. You know, I've got animals in this room, and the things that I use are not harmful to them, with the exception of potentially the UV resin, right? But I don't use enough UV resin where it really becomes too fumy as it is, and I always have a fan going. Um, Airbrushing, on the other hand, I don't really want paint spackle all or speckles all over all my stuff, and you know, you should very much have uh, an air circulation system with a painting booth, because if I'm not mistaken, that stuff can cause cancer, right? Not that we don't live in a world where everything causes cancer, but yeah, yeah, you really do. And like, I think I have a pretty good setup here for my work area, and I'm pretty happy with it overall. But I just don't have any kind of spot to dedicate to that. Let's see. A little bit of clay showing through. I want to, just on the snout there. Oh, I guess I didn't mention I took the wires out on the brows there. I'm hoping I can find the holes when it's time to add the little whiskers and whatnot. But I took them out because they were just far too often in the way for the painting process here. What's the deal? There we go. Anything vaporized fine enough is not going to do you any favors if you inhale it. Yeah, absolutely. Like technically I should probably have a mask on when I'm using the UV resin, but again, when I'm using, every time that I've used UV resin so far, it's been such a small little area. I don't even, there's not even an opportunity or enough to create the odor and really be too fumey. So plus with the air circulation, Now, some of you guys that follow Andy, some of the stuff he's like coated with the UV resin. I would absolutely wear a mask if I was using that much. That's quite a lot, as Andy can attest. All right, I'm gonna let that sit in the fan there for just a moment, and then I want to do the inner ear. Just trying to decide on where I want to go next, because we've got a couple things to do. It's just a matter of where do I want to start. His nose is not going to be solid black. It's going to have. You can't really like the reddish on the nose there, but that'll be one of the final things we get to, because I want to make sure any touch-ups I need to do on the nose are done before we do that. And we still need to go over the lighter grays with an even lighter for like 1 or 2 passes. So maybe we should go ahead, go over the inner ear hair once more. Just not the whole entirety of it, just some of it needs some touch-ups there. I might have to use a straight up dab of paint, a little bit on the brush, just to get these fine little hairs. And then maybe we'll do the overlapping hairs around the feet, well, the ankles there and the elbows. I think that's probably a pretty sound plan for now. What are we doing here as far as ads? 10 minutes until the ad break. Okay. I get a drink quick. Any resin work is making informed choices for you. The thing is to be aware, any exposure you risk sensitizing yourself. You start reacting, you need to be a lot more diligent with PPE. Yeah. I haven't even had so much as like a burning of the eyes. You know what I mean? It's pretty well. Air circulation in here is pretty good with the fan going. And like I said, I've used such minuscule amounts of it that it's never been a problem. In fact, just the silicone has more of an odor and than um than the UV resin. Obviously, just because there's not a strong smell, it's still chemicals. But what I'm saying is, with the air circulation and such a small amount, it's not been much reason for concern thus far. Put it this way, I've got when I ordered it like 2 years ago, I got 2 bottles, and I'm still on the first bottle, and I've like barely touched it. So, because everything is pretty much just painted on, um, like eyeballs is pretty much all I've used it on for the most part. If anything, hopefully, isopropyl alcohol is fine, because I go through so much isopropyl alcohol. I swear I need like an industrial drum of it. To the point where lately, like this has been no brushes, specifically for just moving for washes or whatever I need some alcohol for, and I keep everything contaminated out of it, and that way I can just keep using it. Because not that isopropyl alcohol is expensive, but I hate, number one, I hate waste, and no sense to throwing money down the drain, no matter how small amount. Now, if only it was easier to save acrylic paints. That's the struggle. I even got these like little airtight containers, but even those only keep the paint for a couple of days before it starts getting goopy. Okay, let's get a fine brush here. Got 7 minutes. Should be able to. Where's the brush I want? Not that one. Where is it? I pulled this out of. I got a box of like all these old brushes, most of which are basically new. And I pulled this out the other day, and I've been using it. It's been a pretty decent brush. Just got to be real careful. The little hairs. Oh no. The little hairs like to grab onto my gloves. Got a little bit of skin tone right there. Probably when I was painting his paws. Overall, though, as frustrating as this paint process has been, I'm gonna give myself credit. I've done good. There's a lot of areas on this guy that I was not very nice. Sculpting me was not very nice to painting me at all. It never is really, but this project, there were some spots on here I was just downright hateful to myself. You ever have that problem? I hate that guy, right? What a jerk. And I even try to be mindful of that at this point, but sometimes it's just you got to do what you got to do and deal with it later. so far this is covering pretty decently. I said this is all gone over already. I did the washes prior to putting on the base on this inner ear hair. So it's all just a matter of overlapping what's already been done, but up at the top, that needs a little bit more attention. So hopefully we can get coverage as we're going over dark from when I was doing the layering on the different tones there. Probably better to go to this camera for you guys at this point. Yeah, see, it's just not going to cover without. Oh, of course. Yeah, can't get a small drop. Got to go with the big drop. Thanks, Paint. Appreciate that. He can paint what he's given. You know, though, future me hasn't woken up to a sink full of dishes since 2018. He's never done a damn thing for me. He can paint what he's given. Yep. I like the way you're thinking there, Mr. Frightful. Current me, not a fan of that, mentality, but
It's time to take a short break.
no,
Stand up, stretch and hydrate.
absolutely not. Okay, fine, we will. In a moment. In a moment. I could use a nice stand up and stretch. Definitely could use that. I found one thing that on days like the last couple days where I'm just not feeling great, and some of it is definitely attributed to mental health struggles, um, anxiety, depression, all that good stuff, I've got a VR headset, a Quest 2. And you know what, man? Sometimes when you're having a day like that, I've found one of the best things I can do. I've got this game called Smash Drums, and it's VR drums, right? Kind of like in the style of Rock Band or whatever. And sometimes it's nice just to get on there and take out frustrations and some energy on beating some virtual drums, man. And I would highly recommend that to anybody that has the option. Give it a try, see what you think. But it helps get me going, feeling a little bit better. But I will say, whew, I am sore. I am sore. And it's crazy that beating on some virtual drums can make me more sore than my routine push-ups and weights and all of that. All right, we'll take a break there. Irish Island, what's up, man? Welcome in. Like I said, those little hairs like to grab onto my gloves, so I have to be careful. It's hard to really see because of the light. I don't even know if. Also, I've mentioned it before. I got this thing on Amazon. It's that newer brand. They make a lot of like photo and video equipment. This thing's got shoes on it, like, you know, you can different shoe attachments and all that. This is like 25, $30. You can control all of your color, the whole color spectrum, um, different lighting modes. You can color temperature control. I think I paid like 25, $30 for this thing. This thing has been super handy, especially even just down like from doing the showcase shots and videos. There's an ad in progress. I didn't even know it started. Sorry, guys. We're just talking. It's fun. Yeah. Anyway, newer brand. This little RGB light with the shoe connections on it. If you're looking for a little light, this thing's super handy and versatile. Yeah, I use it for when I'm doing videos and painting. It's nice because you can get into see all the shadowing and all of that. Especially with something like this, there's a lot of shadowing. Looks great. Thank you, man. He's been a process that's damn near broke me a couple times, but but yeah, I totally missed the ad break. We'll put up the break screen, but I'll still very much be here. I'm just gonna stand up and stretch real quick. So give me a few. Once the ad's done, we'll get right back to it. Thank you guys for being here and hanging out, and I'll see you in just a moment. But like I said, still very much here by the microphone. Just need a stretch.
Welcome back. Let's get to it.
All right. We've been on break that whole time through the entire ad. You wouldn't know any different, right? I definitely didn't miss the start of the ad, but no, don't worry. If you got the ad break, we were just sitting here. I was just talking products. It's fine. You didn't miss anything. What were we doing? Ears, that's right. We got to do the other ear. Make sure that that's got coverage where it needs it. And then what? I think I'll just go ahead and get coverage around the elbows and the ankles. Get that cleaned up. And then we can do the shading there above the eyeballs. You know what, chat? I mean, I'm sure I'll find more things to do. But as far as the basics go, he's getting pretty close. He's getting pretty close. I don't I don't know. Couple things we're going to need to do. I need to do a little bit of a dark line on either side of this. That'll be kind of a final step. And then on their backs they have like some stripes. And it's going to be dark. So we would basically just go with the straight up peppercorn, maybe with a dab of black. And I don't know if I could just like, okay, so if let's say I take some painter's tape, right? Like, do I have any handy here? Let's see. I do. So like if I take a piece of painter's tape, right? You guys see this? Yeah. Okay. And just as like an example, you know, the stripe is kind of like a, comes to a point on either side, right? So it's just rough and dirty. Don't just ignore that. But like you get the idea. And then if I just cut that out with the hobby knife and then place those across his back and go in with that dark color and just kind of dry brush over top of it. What do we think? I feel like that would work, right? I might hit him with a matte varnish before we put any tape on there because I don't want to pull anything off of him. And I'd probably kind of detackify the tape a little bit just so it's not super sticky. I feel like that would work. I mean, I guess we can give it a go when we get to that point and see. But that's kind of what I'm thinking. Instead of trying to freehand it and then trying to paint with the hairs and all of that, I feel like that's probably a bit of a better approach. But anyway. Let's get back to it. And then, like I said, we'll dry brush this inner, all the lighter areas with not quite white, but damn near it, you know. Yeah, apologies, as I know it's hard to see right now. Kind of have to hold him close just so I can kind of see him, you know. But it wasn't, it was short lived. Let go of my gloves, please. All right. You repeat that around his elbows and all of that. Probably have to go over this maybe a couple times. We'll see. Oh, this is, let me see if I can shrink my chair down here a little bit. Oh, that's all the farther it goes. Wonderful. All right. Well, I guess I'm going to sit on my knees for a minute. So bear with me because the mic is kind of like above my head right now. Okay. Well, there's one pass on that side done. Honestly, I did pretty decent at about not being too messy. So nothing too terrible or egregious here, but just need to make sure everything's covered here. All right. Sorry about that. Like I said, the mic was above me and will be for just another minute. Let me clean. This brush is getting kind of goopy. I don't like it. Okay. Actually, there's one more spot, but I'll wait till I'm in a chair to do that. Crawls in like an inchworm in waves. Winter, hello. How we doing today? It's been a relatively quiet day today. Doing okay enough? Not the same, honestly. I'm surviving. I don't know about thriving. But sometimes I feel like anymore the latter is an amazing feat of its own, right? Or the former, rather. Just surviving. I mean, look at this. We're on Twitch. I got ass right on camera. You think all the viewers would be here, you know? Look, perfect. Close up ass shot right there. No hot tub, mind you, but oh, sorry about that. Didn't mean to bang around the camera there. Oh, what's the hang up here? Oh, nothing. We got it. Okay, everything's fine. Don't worry. Everything is under control. All right, I'm very much dreading this next step. And I need to figure out what brush I want to use for this, so... I need something nice and small, but also can hold some paint. Because we're going to go in, we're going to start off with our base gray, straight up, no fluid medium. Clean off the, get the paint saturated on the brush, clean that off, and just right above the eyes and right underneath the brow, right? Almost like what's the term here? Ladies, help me out. Blush? No, not mascara. That's, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Just right above the eyes there. Foundation? No, they're like above the eyeballs. What's the word there? Is that also blush? I don't know. I don't wear makeup. Only when I was in theater. Also, what's this text message? Let me see. Oh. And she got off work early. She's already going to the gym. Eyeshadow. Yeah, the most obvious thing possible. Thank you. Totally just not there. Just question marks in my brain. We're going to give him a minute though. My plan is to do that first. And then we'll go over the light areas with a highlight. And the only reason I'm doing the darker stuff first is in case I need to do any touch-ups on the brow. We'll just hit it with that base before we do our highlighting. I know it's backwards, I know, but it's the way I prefer. And it's the way it shall be done. I'm kind of upset with myself though for missing that last ad break. Not realizing the ad had started playing because I kind of need to take a restroom break. So I might do that real quick before we press on. It'll just be just a second here. And then when we get back, we'll get the paint prepped and darken around the eyes. And then after that, we'll hit the highlight areas. And then go from there. But we are very much closing in on finishing up the Jerboa part of this sculpt, to the point where I'm kind of afraid of next week, because after we get them on the base and the base assembled and all of that, we're done. And I am not at all ready to start the next project yet. I am not ready. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But yeah, let me there's a lot of touch-ups I need to go in, like we need to do a second coating on the paws underneath. That's probably something to be done off stream, because the way I have to do it, you guys won't be able to see anything. which is why I did the first pass on that off camera, because there was just no point trying to do it on stream. Because I literally kind of have to hold him upside down with his tail pointed over my shoulder, the light coming over my shoulder, and holding him, and very carefully going in there and painting the little paw pads. Not a terrible process, just nothing that can be seen on camera the way I have to do it. So, hey Dex, what's up? What's up, man? There he is so far, dude. He's not going to be as light as I was picturing. I think that's about where he's going to be. You know what? Regardless of what we get done today, there's still going to be more for painting next week. Because like I said, we still need to do the lines on the back, and I don't see us getting that far today. Plus the touch-ups and stuff. I'll try to like make myself not mess with him. Oh, you know what? Now that I mention it, chat, again, apologies, lack of streams. Let me repeat myself for anybody that may not have heard earlier. Apologies for lack of streams this week. It's just been a rough week on the mental health and just general feeling front. I don't know it's not like symptomatically, nothing has really stood out. It's not like I've been sick or anything. And it's not the C word. There's no coughing or anything like that. I've just been feeling like run down and shitty. And so I apologize. That's why there's been a lack of streams. I tried on Tuesday. It didn't go well. So today is kind of a redo on that. But yeah, again, apologies. But that being said, as far as I understand, there is a very likely chance that I'll be streaming at some point over the weekend, especially if the workload for this guy supports it, because I think Minchie might be going kayaking with a lady she works with. So I'm not going. So maybe I'll stream. But we'll see. Best place to find out about that when it happens, any updates like that, is the Discord, which is linked in the chat right there. I want to kayak things. Not me, man. It's too hot. And sitting on the river in a kayak is even more hot. I don't like kayaking when it's hot outside. It's miserable. Been feeling that myself since the lurking and whatnot. Yeah. Got the depression, fatigue. Hey, Dex. Keep pushing, man. That's all we can do. This is why I probably, arguably, consume too much caffeine, in addition to the fact that I'm just not sensitive to caffeine. But anyway, that being said, the caffeine, the intake that I do consume is like sugar-free, all that good stuff. I avoid any extra bullshit that I can avoid, you know. To be hot, yeah, it's like another 90-degree day out and humid. It's gross. Like just opening the sliding glass door to let the dogs out, it just hits you in the face, you know. But anyway, yeah, I'm gonna take a quick restroom break, and then we've got 30 minutes before the next ad break. It'll take me like a minute. It's literally, I just got to run across the hall, and I'll be right back like the Flash. When we get back, as nervous as I am about this, it's really not a big deal. All we have to do is paint over it if I mess it up, but I need to go in and line around the top part of the eyes. The fur needs to be slightly darker on the underside of the brow. So we'll do that before we go in with the light area highlights. And after all of that, we'll see where we stand for the day. And we got touch-ups to do. We got nose detail to do. Inner ear highlights. on the inner ear hair. So, but that being said, like I said, we're really getting down to the wire on this guy. Like, he's pretty close to done, you know, in the grand scheme of things. So, some detailing stuff, and but the basics are there. I think he's looking pretty good. How we feeling about him, chat? This does look a bit darker on camera than it actually is. Not too much. It's pretty close, especially here. Let me add another light so you can kind of. And the brighter areas do look a little bit brighter on camera, of course, just because of the light reflection there. So we need to do a little bit, not a heavy pass on that, but we will highlight that some. Loving him. I want one. It would be cool if I could duplicate this guy easily, you know. But yeah, give me just a minute. I'll be back, and then we'll get going on this guy some more. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you're enjoying. Again, I know even today we're doing better than we were earlier in the week. It's still a bit low energy compared to what we are typically here. So just I do apologize. Just bear with me, you know. Feeling better, just not quite 100%, but enough to at least get some work done and stream. So I'll see you guys in just a minute. 2 minutes. I gotta wash the what now? The idiot half's hair. I'm assuming you meant the other half's hair. Oh no, fractured her fist and wrist. Oh, well, that's no fun, man. Well, I you know, best wishes and quick healing and all of that, right? That's no fun at all. But yeah, no worries, Dex. I gotta take a step away here for a minute too, and we'll be right back to it. So thank you guys, and see you in just a moment. All right. Let's get back to it. So, I'm gonna use a dab of this and start with that. If we need to go a little bit darker, I'll add some peppercorn. Of course, there's no just little dab. Everything has to come out in excess. Trying to scoop some of that back in the bottle when I'm done. Hmm. This brush isn't working out too well. Yeah, it's working to some effect there. I think we'll probably add a little bit of peppercorn into the mix as well. Maybe a little bit more paint on my brush will help. We'll see. Don't want any globs on the side though. Okay, and now Instead of my mom's face, she hit a wall. They had a big argument. Oh shit. Did you post it on World Star Hip Hop or? I should have recorded it. No, I hate to laugh. Sorry for making light of it. Yeah, punching walls is no good. Yeah, that'll mess up your hand right quick. All right, same thing on the other side, and I'll show you guys where we're at here. I need more paint in this brush. Then I'll have to hit the black outline again as well once we're done. This brush is all dry. Let me... Still not there yet. I think I'm gonna... Let's see. Blot that down. At half a glass and feeling tipsy, I guess I'd be a cheap date. Whiskey hit you fast? Dude, I would be gone real quick because it's been a long time since I've drank, much less whiskey. Your message didn't send. I don't know what happened there, Winter, if that's the case. I don't have anything like flagged on mods or anything, you know? We're not going to use that brush for that. We're not even going to use that brush. We're going to use this one. I don't want this to be saturated, so all right. Just said failed to send it. And it seems like my body wants me to sleep and not to adventure things, so I was going to nap. Oh no. Yeah, maybe it was doing that weird thing where it loses connection to Twitch chat momentarily, Winter. That's possible. Got to sort clothes for tomorrow, going on holiday for 2 days, so should be good. Nice, Dex. And Winter, enjoy your lurk. You're grabbing a nap. Enjoy the nap. Little dab of the peppercorn, and we're going to kind of repeat that process a bit. I'm not using that same brush though. The brush is not helping. Maybe a spike, and the only time that happens is when I'm on the phone. Signal drops. Well, there's been issues even on PC where Twitch chat says like connecting to chat. I haven't seen it lately myself, but it seems like it's kind of an intermittent experience for people. It was happening on my side a while back pretty consistently. I need a nice brush that's going to hold a good amount of paint, but also isn't too big. That's awful big. This brush has been through hell and back. I don't really want to use that brush. Maybe this one? It's got a little bit more thickness to it than the other one. Probably wet it down first. That helps. All sorts of weird internet stuff been going on the past 3 months. Yeah, yep, you are definitely right about that. All my little metal pieces stuck to the magnet in my light. Get off of here. Better. In fact, let's keep that brush moderately moist. Yeah, man. Some of the internet problems, of course, over the recent weeks and whatnot have just been a lack of competence. But some of it, I don't know. Kind of weird. I should say negligence and incompetence, I suppose. That's more of an apt.
Spoon!
Hey, Rose. How's sanding going? Gonna watch your Jerboa vids and try to make my own little gizmo. But inspired by FeralMoonTV on the bottom. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, different brush. My brush kind of sucks for that. Let's go with this guy.
It's time to
No.
take a short break. Stand up, stretch and hydrate.
I don't wanna. But also okay. I'm not gonna push it and forget about the ad break, I promise. I'm gonna work on this little section that I'm working on right now. We're gonna finish that up and then we'll take our proper break. What am I doing? This color, not the dark. Ad starts in 1 minute 46 seconds. We're racing the clock, chat. Okay, we'll stop right there so I don't overlap into the ad break. Turn my light off. And let's hop over here for just a moment. First and foremost, Atticus being noped. Yep. Done sanding for now. Nice. Sanding is not fun. Especially like hand sanding. But anyway, yeah. Thank you guys for being here and hanging out. I hope you are enjoying. We're making some good progress on the Jerboa today, and we're going to continue some of that when I return. We've got a 3-minute ad break coming up, one each hour. And once that's over, we'll get right back to it. But thank you guys for being here. Going to throw some links at you in the chat to the main YouTube channel where you can see projects past and present. Past projects having condensed time lapses and showcases, and then all current and future projects will be showcases. Also a link to the Discord, best place for all the latest updates. Hey guys, thank you again for being here. I will see you after the 3-minute ad break. Cordy Uiap. I agree. Yep. No worries.
Welcome back. Let's get to it.
All right. Welcome back. Had a keyboard spill. Oh no. Oh no. You spilled something on the keyboard? Sticky whiskey. I'll say though that's better than coffee with some sugar in it. I did that in the past. And then my arrow keys would always stick. Coffee's next level sticky. Yeah. Between the coffee itself and if you put any amount of sugar in it. Right, so we're going to continue. Yeah, let's do a couple more coats on there. Just to make sure we got it covered and it's not looking shit. That side's pretty good. I think we're good on that side. Shoot, I should have run down and put laundry in the dryer while I was up. Oh well, it'll be there. It's just pet blankets and all that for the rats and the ferret. Especially with 3 sugars, yeah. That's how much. That's what I put in mine. Three spoons. Well, not quite spoons, but 3 half spoons, we'll say. Okay, so. Nope. There's a spot right there. All right, so next up, we need a lighter version of that. Much lighter. And then, no. Yes, this is the one. We're gonna add a little bit of white. Just kidding. Just kidding. Actually, you know what? I think I have a white that's open. Because there certainly isn't any paint coming out without taking that tab off, huh? Get this mixed up. See if we need to lighten it up some more. Quite honestly, we might do... I need to put a little bit more of the fluid medium in there for sure. But we might do a coat or two the way it is. And then add a little bit more white and repeat. Also, these little sticks, little craft sticks I bought for specifically this. And also if I need them for, you know, anything. These have been handy. And cheap. Okay, so all the light areas will be covered. We'll pass it over with that. Like I said, we'll probably do like 2 passes and then see where we stand and possibly add a bit more white and repeat. And I don't really want to start on his face, so we're going to start on his belly. Specifically right in here, just in case. I think that actually might be light enough. We might not have to go any lighter than that. And it's actually kind of covering the way I'd hoped. So we may even have to reduce the amount of times we have to go over this as far as what was planned versus what is needed. You know, it comes with its own kind of pain in the ass little things, right? As I'm sure, I guess everything really kind of has its little quirks about it when you're working with projects. But to be honest, painting the fur hasn't been quite as bad as what I thought it would be, as far as just in a general way of saying, I guess. As far as the process, I kind of worked out to get layering going on and some color depth. That's been working out tremendously. It's just getting shades the way I want. That was a bit of a struggle, especially trying to figure out a way to approach it with the fluid medium and all of that. But yeah, this is working out nicely for sure. I'm gonna get inside of his legs and the backs. Careful not to touch the arms or the paws. I think I hear a Menchie, but I'm not sure. AC and the fan are going. I can't really tell. All right, I need to rest my hand regardless, so come on now. That's the deal. There we go. Now we can do the outside of the legs. And the arms, we just need to be careful not to have a whole lot of paint because we don't want it overly saturated, and there's a small area there.
Suddenly, I heard a tap, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door.
Welcome in, Raiders. Who's that rapping at my chamber door? Give me one moment. Just get this paint spread out, and I'll be right with you. Rodan coming in with the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. And welcome in, Dan. How was the stream today? And what were we working on? Zero the Grobbit, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I'm gonna hit this real quick, just so we can let this dry while we speak. And it'll take just a minute, just getting this arm. All right. All right. Raiders, welcome in. A Tatty raid. How we doing today, guys? Let me scroll up. Good, thanks. Just doing some glazing today. Very cool, Dan. Enjoying the glazing process. If I remember right, you said maybe that wasn't your favorite part. I'm kind of too many caps. I'm so sorry. Wait, what? I'm so confused right now. Deleted. Oh, Zero. I'm sorry about the bot there. Too many caps. Yeah, that's why it did it. Sorry about that. I even have it turned up. It's just Trying to find the right balance there. Zero, thank you. Thank you. This has been, he has been a lot of things, a lot of firsts. First animal sculpture, first time using this particular clay, which is cos clay. My first time doing this fur technique, and he's been a serious exercise in patience. But yeah, I'm in the painting phase, which is my least favorite part of all of this, but I'm doing my best to learn and improve. Not that my painting is shit per se or anything, but it's serviceable, but I would like it to be better. So been kind of working on doing what I can to improve technique and process for painting. And then hoping that with those improvements and lessons, maybe I'll enjoy it a little bit more, you know, Dan. But this channel is always, this channel is very much an exercise in learning and creativity. I've been sculpting off and on throughout most of my life. I sculpted a lot when I was in my youth. And I would make stuff and enter it into the contests, the art contests and stuff at the fair and things like that. And really enjoyed it, just kind of fell out of it for whatever reason, and years passed. And long story short, end of 2022, I got back into sculpting at the encouragement of my partner, and made a YouTube channel and started doing YouTube videos where I was making sculptures. You can see those actually linked in the chat right there. And I'm going to continue to do the YouTube stuff, but now that I'm streaming, instead of doing like condensed time lapses and stuff, you can see more of the process than ever before through the VODs that I retain on the stream. And each project will have its playlist. So instead, moving forward, my projects will each be getting showcases that I do for the project once they're complete on the YouTube channel. But yeah, started the YouTube stuff, went at it real hard, took a break, and came back and started streaming. So this is my second project on stream, and we're approaching 150 hours on this guy, somewhere in that ballpark. So yeah, so welcome to the madness. Least favorite, painting sculptures is so fun. You get to see it all come together. Oh yeah, don't get me wrong, I love to see it come together. I just would rather be sculpting than painting. Zero. That's where I really find joy, is in the sculpting process, you know. But yeah, of course, when it's all said and done, the final product is a real joy. It's just getting through the painting phase. Yeah, it's a polymer clay called cos clay, and if you're familiar with Sculpey, it's very much like Sculpey, with the exception that instead of like a hard plastic finish once it's cured, it's more rubbery. Like, here, let me show you. Oh my.
Suddenly, I heard a tap as of someone gently rapping at my
Wait, we got a raid train happening here. Holy moly. Brooke Odyssey coming in with a raid. Real quick, I don't want to be rude here. And we're just catching up with the last raid, so real quick, gonna do a shout out, all right? Give me 1 second. And folks, linked in the chat, Throw Dan coming in with the raid. Did that work? That didn't work. Oh, wait a minute, I'm an idiot. There we go. Linked in the chat, Throw Dan coming in with the raid just before Brooke came in. So guys, if you haven't already, Throw Dan, an excellent ceramic potter. Be sure to show some love, drop a follow, and check out his stream. And Brooke and the Raiders coming in. Welcome in, Raiders. And Brooke, thank you so much for the raid. What were we doing today? How was stream? Yeah, it's back to back. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Thank you for joining. You can call me Feral Moon, any of those things work. I'm a sculptor. I primarily work with polymer clay, and specifically this is a brand called Cos Clay. I was just talking about that as you guys were coming in. If you're familiar with Sculpey, It's a lot like that, with the exception that it's more rubbery when it's cured. Like it's bendable, you know, a lot more forgiving than Sculpey is. So this is a Jerboa that I've been working on. We're somewhere around we're approaching the 150 hour mark on this project, but he's getting very close to completion. So I'm very happy with him. He's been a lot of fun, a lot of pain, a lot of struggles, a lot of lessons learned, you know. But that's all part of the process, right? Bruce, it's good to see you, man. Happy Thursday to you. Looks amazing. Thank you. Thank you very much. Miss Diane, good to see you. Happy Thursday. Looks very good. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're getting close. He's not quite there. But all of the bulk of the main things as far as the painting process, we're in the home stretch. Some shading, some detailing, some touch-ups, some line work. So I suspect we've been working on this guy all summer, chat. That was not my plan. But I this is the biggest project I've ever done. I had no metric to gauge time. And we've just been putting in all the time necessary. He's got a base that's nearly complete and ready to go. Dogs, go. Anybody want a dog? Anybody? Working on the base. It's still a work in progress. We got a cactus. This little hole here is to attach a cactus that will sit there. And this is a ballast. It's a sand ballast. I do have to sand this down slightly to remove some of the glue. And then put our final coat of black paint and varnish on that. But this is getting pretty close to being done. We'll put some flock and detailing on that when it comes time for assembly. And I can't wait, because I think he's going to look really good once it's all assembled and done. Thanks, man. All right. So yeah, welcome in, Raiders. And if you are not, I think the bot beat me to it. But let's go ahead and get a shout out there. Folks from my chat, be sure to show some love to Brooke Odyssey. Drop a follow. Check out her stream. And thank you guys so much for coming in with those raids. Both Throwdan and Brooke, thank you guys tremendously. If you guys have stuff you need to do to de-stream, all of that, I totally get it. By all means, do what you need to do. Otherwise, you're obviously welcome to hang out with us. And I kind of forget what I was working on. Oh, yes. We're currently working on going over the lighter areas with some highlighting. We started on the nether regions there, worked our way up. We got to touch the paws, tips of the paws, and go over the face and the ear hair. And that's kind of where we stand right now. But yeah, ultimately, very happy with this guy. I kind of surprised myself with this project. It's kind of the first time I really pushed myself out of my comfort zone, you know? And we've talked about it many times on the channel. But I think it's important to do that, you know? We all want to succeed, you know? You want to go into a project confident that it's going to be a success and comfortable with the process and the task ahead, of course. We all want that. You know, that's our comfort zone, right? But from personal experience and just general nature of it, I suppose, it's important to push yourself beyond that, because that's where you really learn. That's really where you kind of hone in your skills and expand your knowledge base, for one, and your skill set, really. Thank you, Brooke. I really appreciate it. He's 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 kind of become pretty special to me. He's driven me nearly crazy a couple times, but I love this project in spite of those times and circumstances. But boy, I tell you, if you didn't see, you can see it on my Instagram, which is linked in the about section there. But I've posted pictures throughout the process of making this guy. He started off looking like a bit of a demented Charmander, right? On day one. Colin M89, thank you so much for the follow and welcome in. I do hope you enjoy. But yeah, like I was saying, day one, he kind of looked a bit like a demented Charmander, and you can see that on the Instagram page. And just working through that and getting a base form in place. And then he was cured, right? He's been cured several times throughout the process because you can bake multiple times with this clay. And once we had a general form and detailing done, like his face structure and all of that, the fur was a whole thing. I basically go like have a snake of clay, you know, and I'd pull that off like little pieces, you know, and flatten them, and then I'd go in and cut little lines into those pieces to create the fur, and it was placed on there in layers like shingles throughout over the whole body, which I'm sure you can imagine took a good bit of time. And that process about broke me, but I'm glad I've used it because I think the end result has been worth it. And honestly, I already plan to use the technique again in some future projects, a little smaller in scale, but now that I've done it, I feel like I can do it a little bit easier the next time, you know. Atomic, what's up, man? I invented a tool to make the tufts of fur easier to make. Of course, I didn't build it, so I don't know if it works. Oh, did you? How so? The important thing too would be you got to do like varying sizes, otherwise you end up with like a stacked effect. Everything kind of lines up. That's the one big thing that I learned straight away was you want to really, number one, vary your sizes on your pieces of clay, and then the sizes of your cuts depending on the area that you're working in, and kind of then like I said, stagger the placement on those, and you get more of a natural layering as opposed to visible lines and whatnot. Just that's the one thing. If anybody were to do this, I would say just make sure you're mixing it up a little bit so you're not ending up with those visible, you know, one line, one layer, you know what I mean? Also, another important thing is as you're working the layers on there, put like one or two layers and then work out your fur direction and then continue, because once you start going too far, it kind of turns into a mess when you're trying to manipulate it. Is that dry? That should be dry. Oh, I gotta do the fingers. Let's use this. Just a light grazing on the fingertips. But I hope to have him done by the end of next week. That's my hopes. The trouble is, while I know what our next project is going to be, as many of you do, I am not ready yet at all. So this weekend I need to dig in and get things prepared for the next project. Which, if you're familiar with 90s Nicktoons and you remember Real Monsters, you're in for a treat. So I've already sculpted Ickis and Oblina. You can see them on the Instagram page and YouTube. And I'm sorry, Ickis and Crumb. I've already sculpted Ickis and Crumb. I've yet to sculpt Oblina. It's well overdue to complete the trio. And that's what our next project is going to be. A very, very simple project compared to this one. But I'm sure I'll find ways to make it a little bit more complicated for myself, you know? Certainly I'll make it complicated to paint. That's... Sculpting me is very much a jerk to painting me, so... Kind of like the back of a mini spork with a loop of metal on the bottom. The back of a mini spork. Cut the chunk of clay, then drag the clay to the tray. I'd be interested to see it. Yeah, what I'm doing, yeah, I understand it's probably not super visible on camera, but I'm just kind of lightening up the light areas. We need to hit underneath the chin, and then I need to go over the face, and then make a call from there as to what the next step is. So, and there's a Minchi. The Minchi has appeared. Yeah, with my Pokeballs. What do you think? I don't think it's gonna get much lighter than that, and I'm okay with it. And then I think I'm gonna take painter's tape. I showed Chad a little bit ago, but imagine there's a piece of painter's tape right here between these 4 squares between my fingers. And then in the middle, cut out like that long oblong diamond kind of shape, like the stripes. And then take the tape, put it over his back, and then dry brush a dark, like that peppercorn with a dot of black paint added, so it's darker even. And do the line or the stripes across his back. I feel like that's probably the best way, because if I go in and try to freehand it, my mind is going to naturally want to like do whole hairs. It's probably better that I just do that. I'm going to want to make it too organized if I try to do it freehand. So. One second, chat. All right. Sorry, wanted to say hi to Menchie and all that, you know? Mm-hmm. All right, so we got to do his face and his ear hair and his chin. We're going to start with the chin, of course, because I got to pick him up for that. But first, let me get these brushes taken care of. And once again, what am I doing? Once again, thank you guys for the raids. Throw Dan and Brooke if you're still out there. I truly appreciate it. And Raiders, thank you for joining. I don't know about you, but one of my favorite things in this my short time with this Twitch journey has really been meeting other artists on the platform and finding cool streams to watch from said artists. So I do hope you enjoy. You know, we don't get too crazy over here. It's pretty laid back and chill. And as far as music goes, we mix it up. Some days we're listening to, you know, some 70s and 80s, some 90s, a bit of both, some modern. The other day we spent the whole stream listening to who did we listen to? Oh yeah, Volbeat. And I'm sure that when Halloween rolls around, we'll be listening to some themed appropriate music. I do have plans, not specific plans per se, but being that autumn is my favorite season and Halloween is my favorite holiday, we will definitely be indulging with the theme when it comes to projects worked on and all of that. Okay. And now into the face area. So need a mix of brushes for this. I think we're going to start with this guy for the middle of the nose stripe. So Atomic, are you saying that you're going to be sculpting something with some fur here soon? I already know, well, I've talked about it before, but a couple of things that I want to use this technique again for. Number one, I want to do about a 10 to 12 inch figure of Rocket Raccoon from Guardians of the Galaxy because he's my favorite character. Like, I love that character so much. I feel like I need to do it now. Now that I feel a bit more confident about it. Another thing I want to use it for is a werewolf. That would be cool and also appropriate. Okay. This brush, man, is wants to like fray out on the sides. I don't know what the heck. Yeah, we'll do those, the rest of that. Other than, well, we'll get the other cheek done. Then I need to switch brushes for the rest of the face here. Hmm. Okay. Now we just need to work up right here above the brows. And then after this, we'll let that sit for a few, let it dry. And gotta do the ears, inner ear hair, the same color, same idea here, just going over that base. Oof. Whisker hole filled with paint. Let's get that cleaned out. Maybe. Hmm. That's good enough for now. Oh, that one's covered too. The whiskers are going to be a monofilament. It's basically like a clear plastic bead wire. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to let him dry for a minute. And then we are going to go over the inner ear hair. Silver Moonlight, hello, welcome in. Welcome in. Just letting paint dry for a minute before I have to pick him up. Start painting this inner ear hair. We're very much getting close to the end of the paint job on this guy. I might regret this. But these Jerboas typically have like a lighter streak on the underside of their tail. And I feel like maybe just to break up some of that solid color, I'll go ahead and do that. Can't believe how much you've gotten done. It feels like I've gotten so little done, but it's just been a long process, you know. We started this guy, I want to say beginning of June. And I did not suspect I'd be still working on him at this point, but but again, biggest project I've ever done, you know. And very time consuming process. Especially with the fur and all of that. Granted, as I was working on it, I got a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more familiar, learned a few tricks with the fur, and it sped up as we moved along. Some areas took a little bit longer because, you know, like when you're working in like real tight areas, you got to work into like a fine, smaller cut, which takes obviously more time because you're covering less surface area and all of that. But eh. Might revisit this. I'm going to keep that there for now. I know you guys can't see it. Hold on. There you can. It looks like it's just the light highlighting it, but it's lighter through there. Let's get most of the paint off the brush and then I may just kind of dry brush that a little bit when it's all said and done. Just go.
It's time to take a short break.
Really? Already?
Stand up, stretch and hydrate.
Just like get this in and get most of the paint off and then just, you know what I mean? Give it a little bit of a breakup contrast there. I think that's probably a good idea, but we'll do that later. But that being said, we do have ads once an hour. We do an ad break, 3-minute ad break each hour. And that way we don't have 30-minute interruptions because it's hard to keep up with when I'm working with this, you know? And everybody seems to like one longer break as opposed to 2 shorter breaks. So that's what we do here. That ad break is coming up here momentarily. But thank you guys so much for being here. We are going to continue on once the break is over. I've got a few more things to get done here today. And then we'll go find somebody to raid. But again, thank you guys for being here. Before the break, I'm going to throw a couple things in the chat. First and foremost is a link to the main YouTube channel. That's where you can find, if you're curious and would like to take a look at my previous work, there's condensed time lapses and showcases for all my previous work. And then this is my second project on stream. Now that I'm streaming it and you can see more of the process than ever before, I'm just going to focus on showcase videos for the final product. And you can see the first one for the creepy candle, which we made right before this guy. That's over there on the channel already. And then the Jerboa, once he's complete, he'll be getting the same treatment. Additionally, there's a link to the Discord. That is the best place for all the latest updates, any changes to the schedule, upcoming project discussion, all that good stuff. Plus, there's channels in there for you guys to share your artwork with the community. And once a month, we're going to start taking a look at everybody's work with a kind of a community showcase kind of thing. All of that in the Discord and more. So hope to see you there. But guys, thank you so much for the support. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for coming along on those raids. And thank you for watching. I hope you're enjoying. We'll be back with a bit more work here after the break. And now's a great time to stand up, stretch, grab a drink, grab a snack, all that good stuff. And I'll see you guys back here in just a few. Thank you, guys. You know what? I'm going to go make a drink in the meantime, and I will see you right back here. All right, back with 2 minutes to spare. Good, because I'm going to have a snack. If I can open it. Oh, no. Dried apricots, anyone? About 10 seconds and we'll be back to it here.
Welcome back. Let's get to it.
All right, welcome back. Welcome back. Everybody have a nice break. Got myself some dried apricots to snack on. And a refill on my drink. Oh, that is not yet. No, yet. No. Just see a little spot I want to touch up, but I don't want to use that color just yet. I'm going to take a couple passes on that for coverage. All the black detailing, most of it anyway. Maybe there's a spot right there that needs a bit of a blend. Less water on my brush, please. All the black like detailing there, like the nose number one. Why, what is the deal? Where's all this water coming from? Shit. I got to go over all of that again anyway. It was just kind of there for a base. And then the nose itself won't be a solid black. It's going to get a little bit of redness to it. So we'll go over that with some pinks and reds there on the tip. But like along the eyes, that's going to get relined. His nails will give another covering. And then the nails themselves will be hit with a gloss varnish. The rest of them will, of course, be a matte varnish, which has already been done on the inner ear. It's a nice matte varnish. I've learned a trick with it, though. I have a project. It's one of my least favorite projects. One of my first projects. It was fun. I had fun making it. You know, it is what it is. But one of the things that I encountered and a lesson learned on that was I used that very same matte varnish that I've used on all of my projects. But the difference is I did not shake it well enough, and I was putting it on in front of a fan. And I don't know if it was one or the other or a combination of the two, but man, that shit was shiny when it dried. So I've taken extra care at this point to where I make sure that that matte varnish is shaken very, very well. And I also don't have the fan on when I put it on, so. And I haven't had any issues with it since, so. Hey, what's up, Joe? How you doing today? Doing better, man. Doing better, making progress. Not back to 100%, but I definitely do feel better today. And I guess it's an appropriate time. It's been a little while, so in case anybody may have been here and missed it, I do apologize, or may not have been here and missed it. I do apologize for the lack of streams this week. It's just, it's been a real rough week. I haven't been feeling great. I'm feeling better today, so. And I may very well make up for it a little bit, because I think there's probably a good chance of a weekend stream happening. I'm not sure entirely just yet. Again, Discord's the best place to keep up on those updates, but there is a good chance for a weekend stream. Thanks, Joe. Yeah, I definitely am. I cannot wait to get this shit off his eyes. You know what I mean? And see him for what he actually is. Not like Raiden Mortal Kombat mode here. But yeah, we've done a lot today, man. We've toned down that dark. That's about as light as he's gonna get, and I'm fine with it. He's gray. He looks a little bit darker on camera than he actually is. Very close, but a little bit darker on camera just from the lighting. And then for his dark lines on this back, we're just gonna do what we started with on the base. The peppercorn with a dab of black. I think I'm gonna use painter's tape, cut out the shape, and put the strip of tape over, and then dry brush that over top. And you know what I'm saying? I think that's probably the best way, because if I try to freehand it, I'm just going to want to paint along the hairs, and I'll just put tape over it and dry brush it like a stencil. So what do we got to do? We've done the face. We've been hitting the highlights on the whites. This is brighter now. That was super easy. That went on. I might do another pass over the brows after we're done with the ears here. But we went over the original base on the face once more, dragged it back into the inner ear. And then went over it with our actual darker base. It's been a lot of blending, a lot of layers, but he's getting there. He's on. I mean, he's really getting close to being done. So let's go ahead. Switch back to the overhead here. And what I'm going to do, first, I'm going to take a bigger brush. You know what? That's been sitting before we do that. Nice landing, man. Hey, both of you landed. Very nice. I'm going to add a little bit more of the fluid medium in here because it's been sitting. It's kind of congealing a bit. And let's wipe this off so it's not contaminated. First time I've ever hit the target. Better go buy a lottery ticket. All right, we got that consistency back. That's an angled brush. There he is. And then once again, we're going to repeat that process that we've been doing, a little bit different, but mostly the same, across the hair and the inner ear. And then I'll follow those like little strays with a fine brush. Go over those as well. And then the last step on this, I have a feeling, will be just an actual no matte, no fluid medium, just straight up paint, get it on the brush, get most of it off, and just right across there, you know? This is just to get kind of some of that color depth, some variation in the coloring, all that good stuff. Much like the entire process across the whole body. And I am pleased to say, even though we ran into some complications, you know, the other day with my plans for the process, it is coming together. It's working. It's just not going to be quite as light as I'd planned, but you know what? I kind of like it. So it's fine. Going into lurk for a bit while I get things ready for dinner. Hey, by all means, do what you need to do. Brooke, again, thank you so much for the raid. And folks, well, I got my hands full and I'm not near my keyboard, but you can obviously click people's names and hit follow. Definitely give Brooke a follow. Check out her stream. Show some love. I do a shout out, but I need more hands, you know? One of these days I'll figure out something and maybe get another mod set up outside of just Minchie. Obviously, she doesn't get to be here to mod often, considering I'm typically streaming when she's at work, so. I just want to make sure if I do assign anyone a mod, it's someone we can trust and someone that's, you know, consistently here. I don't want to be a channel that has like 50 million mods. One, for my peace of mind. And two, I just feel like it gets, you know, if all the mods happen to be on at once and you have a bunch of moderators, I just feel like it kind of creates a little bit of an intimidating circumstance for some new people. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but. All right. Like I said, I think the next pass on that inner ear hair will just be a straight white. Or we'll reverse it. We'll do mostly white with a dab of gray. Just so it's not straight up white, because I don't like to try to avoid that. Just do what I do and have 0 mods and pray you don't get hate rated. Well, I have a 1-button solution for that, so it's fine. But I mean, it's not fine. It's pathetic and stupid, but you know that it even is a thing. But yeah, with 1 button, it locks everything down. You know, sends a tactical nuke to their house. It's. I mean, what? Drones at the ready. Yep, yep. Okay, so inner ear hair. What did I say else? What else? What else? What else? Did I do above the eyes? I think I did, and I said we do another pass, right? As far as the blend goes, guys, I'm no expert. I absolutely detest painting in contrast to sculpting. That's hyperbole, but when it comes to any comparison between the two, sculpting all day, every day over painting. You know, that's where I really find my joy. This is just one of the unfortunate necessities that comes along with it. I'm just very much trying to expand my knowledge with painting and improve where I can. But one of the things as far as this blend goes, number one, work light. Don't work with too much paint, regardless of if you're using a medium and thinning your paint or not. Keep as little paint on your brush as you can. And I tend to try to start in the middle of the area that I'm working, and then for the highest saturation, and just make sure you're dragging that paint, you know, until it's thin enough. You're getting a little bit of overlap. And that, for me anyways, that's how I've been doing it, and it's working out rather well. As opposed to the experience we had Tuesday. Oh boy. And then, in case you're new in here, maybe you didn't realize it. You know, maybe it just looks because on clay, I guess, or on camera, I guess it does kind of look lumpy. But these are not his eyes. This is just sticky tack covering his eyes, just to reduce the amount of cleanup I have to do after the fact. You know, we'll be peeling that off here as soon as matter of fact, once I'm at a point where I correct the outline, we'll take the sticky tack off, and that's going to be a fun moment. Can't wait. Time of year for the snacking on lettuce while waiting for my brew to be done. I'm getting hungry too. It's a good thing we're kind of getting to a point where I think we're about at a point where nice place to call it for the day. Yeah. I think we're getting to that point. So I think next time, ooh, you know what? I'm going to hit those inner ears here in a minute. We'll go over those again. Mostly probably, yeah, I'll do a full pass and then the detail lines. Need to get that done. Get more lettuce. I can't wait to have some veggie lo mein. But yeah, we got a lot done. We even did the shading above the eyeballs there and the lower side of the brow. One thing I forgot to do when we were doing that, I really need to just like tickle the under eye. But I don't think we're going to do that today. Oh, we put a little bit of a starter stripe on the underside of his tail also. Very hard to see unless I turn this on though. And even then it just looks like a glare from the light. But it shouldn't be anything too stand out. It needs to be subtle anyway. But we'll work on that some more before it's all said and done. And then like I said, he might get we might go with a drastic contrast white, or you know, like that light gray that I was talking about earlier, and just like have most of everything off the brush and just use this big brush here and just, you know, over top of it, just give it just to break it up a little bit, you know.
Boop.
I got booped. Who got booped? Jerboa's butt got booped. I won't say. What's up, Dex? Welcome back. All right. You should be good now. Make sure I don't have any pain on my hands. Touch the butt. The hell was that ruckus I just heard? Yes. I see there's some beetroot in the cupboard. What's the beetroot for? Anybody ever had pickled beets? My great grandmother canned pickled beets every year, and they're not like, you know, I here in the U.S. anyway. You go to like a buffet and they have like pickled beets. Those are bullshit, man. They're so bland. Yeah, put some clove and stuff in there. Veg nibbles. Work call. Hey, no worries, Joe. No worries. I also like dill beans. Used to can dill beans. That's good stuff too. Clean these brushes real quick, and then we need the fine one. And let's go over those lines, the little protrusion hairs. And then, like I said, a finishing touch on this inner ear hair on next stream probably would be an even lighter dry brush, and then just like kind of graze those protrusion hairs. My dog is a dumbass, chat. How many times you gotta tell the dog, get in the bed, not lay in the middle of the damn hallway? I'll give you a guess. It's endless. He just got yelled at. Again. Probably only the 50th time today, every single day. Want a dog? Anyone? Anyone? I blame mom. She did something right down side. If there's none, she's gonna get complaints. She ate all the oh. Hopefully I'm not out of frame. Oh, geez. What's wrong with the camera? It's bad enough on this angle. You guys couldn't see anything on that other angle. I am so sorry. Not missing much, but still. Okay. I don't mind having another doggo. You say that now. You you just ask Minchie. She used to hear him getting in trouble and be like, "Aw, poor Lobo." And now that she lives here, she completely understands. That dog drives me absolutely insane. I love him, but my God. It's like he enjoys getting yelled at, you know? All right. We've gotten a good bit done today, and I think that might be... Let me see something. Is that just the light? Just breaking up some of this color just a little bit, so it's not all the same shade, you know? Okay. A friend or a pest? One of the two. All right, let's clean these brushes up, chat. And I think that might be a good place for us to go find somebody to go say hello to. Anybody got anybody live we should go see? I haven't checked mine yet, but I'll give these a more proper wash in the sink, but for now, I just want to make sure there's no paint drying. And yeah, I think that's good to go. That's not what I wanted. Soak? Oh, brush. Man, that dude streams long. I don't know how he does it. He was streaming this morning when I got up, I think. All right, let's see. I'm going to pull my list up and we'll take a look and see what's going on here in a minute. But yeah, in the meantime, again, there is a good chance. Normally I stream Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. But there is a very good chance that we'll have...
Yes, sir. Yo.
Hush! Twitch people on the front page. Now, what was I saying? Ah, yes, there's a very likely chance that I'll pop up over the weekend with a stream. Oh, you know what? Let me go to my following. Let's hop over here. I need to modify that. We don't need that transition. Or maybe we do. I guess it just kind of depends on the circumstances. Show all. Making Terminators? Craft Redix is streaming. He's actually just getting ready to go live. You guys, what do you think? Should we go say hello? Also, excuse me, Twitch, but I told you not to show me this again. Get out of here. Now live streaming, makers and crafting Terminators. I mean, robots. Yes? All right. For those of you guys that may not be aware, if you follow Andy Mecha, Craft Redix is a mod over there on Andy's channel, and I don't know how. Maybe he's streamed from time to time, but in the past, I'm not entirely sure. But I do know he's really like getting into streaming consistently and regularly. And I'm happy to support that, man. It's cool to see people starting out and sharing their hobbies with the world, right? It's a big step, man. It is a big step. We all know how it is when we're working on a project. We tend to get like overly critical of our own work and kind of self-conscious of our work, and imposter syndrome is a very real thing. So to take that step to share your artwork and creations with the world, man, that's not to be taken lightly. And I'm happy to show support, right? So let's do that. He's going to be starting here in a moment. So we'll let that. We'll give him a little bit of time here, and we got plenty of time. We don't have any pending ad breaks or anything. But again, thank you guys so much today. I very much appreciate all the support. Thank you for those that have been hanging out and chatting with me. Very much appreciate you. A quiet stream is not a fun stream, so having folks to chat with and everything is always a blast. So thank you for the conversations and the company. And thank you guys all for all the encouragement, whether you realize it or not, direct encouragement or otherwise. You guys have all been incredibly encouraging when it comes to this project and getting through the tough times and navigating through all the obstacles as we encounter them. So thank you for that. And thank you for understanding when it comes to me having to take a bit of time away from stream. I know it wasn't like an extended break or anything like that. You know, I'm by all means will absolutely try to avoid that. That's not what I want to do at all. In fact, truth be told, even when I know I need the time, and even when I know that that time away is necessary and beneficial, because it wouldn't make for a good stream for me to be live and not feeling great, as we saw on Tuesday. There's Minchie. There's the Minchie. Thank you for the 5 months already. 5 months. That's crazy. I mean, I did start in February just playing games. We got about a month, and then we got affiliate. Yeah. Wow. Time flies, man. Thank you for the support, dear. And there's another one. We all owe her a thank you if we're enjoying the stream, because she's the reason I'm here. She's the one that got me back on course and back into sculpting. So a lot of encouragement on her part. So thank you for that. But again, and back to what I was saying, guys, like whether you realize it or not, you guys being here and sharing these times with me, it's very encouraging. So thank you for that. Thank you for being a part of this journey. And like I said, this isn't all about me. I want to start doing once a month. I want to start taking a look at what you guys have going on with a community art showcase on stream, closing out the last Thursday stream of each month, starting this month in August. And there's a link in the chat to the Discord. So love to see you there. Hope to see you there. But yeah, it's been a productive stream today. We got a lot done. The Jerboa is very well on his way to being completed. And just one more look at him before we hop over to the end screen. You know, we got that dark gray desaturated. We've got some nice color depth within his fur. I'm very happy with how he's turning out. Definitely a piece I'm quite proud of, and I can't wait to get him all completed and assembled on the base and all of that. And at this rate, he will be done by the end of next week. How exciting. We've only been working on him for like 2 months. But yeah, thank you guys for being here. Thanks for hanging out. Craft is still, looks like he's still getting started here. But you know what? Let me refresh something. Let me see something. Let me see it. Is that still 14? Oh, okay. Never mind. Never mind. There he is. He's on screen now. He's got his stream started. So let's hop over here. I got some thank yous. And let me scroll down here. Starting off with an offline follow we had from Anne Cecile. Thank you so much for the follow. Pantarius coming in today with a follow. Then, of course, Throw Dan coming in with the raid. Throw Dan, an amazing potter here on Twitch. Wonderful stream. Very chill. Very nice guy. Highly recommend checking him out. Once again, I hope that works. I hope that works. Why didn't it do anything? There we go. Yeah, there's a link in the chat there. So definitely show some love to Throw Dan. And Zero the Grobbit coming in with the follow today, followed by an immediate raid from Brook Odyssey. There it is. And there's a shout out for Brooke. Thank you guys for those raids. Colin M89 coming in with the follow today. And of course, Menchie with the resub, 5 months. Thank you guys so much for all the support in all shapes and forms. Thank you for hanging out with me today. Lurkers, thank you for that. I very much appreciate the lurks. And folks, let me get those raid calls in the chat for you. Non-subs, there you go. Get that copied and ready to go. When we get over to Craft Redux's channel, throw that in the chat. Give a nice hearty hello. If you like what you see, drop a follow. If not, hey, no harm, no foul. It's always nice to meet new people here on Twitch. Subs, if you're subbed to the channel, there's your raid call. I'm going to get mine copied as well. Got that ready to go. Guys, thank you so much. If I don't see you beforehand, have a wonderful weekend. Have a great rest of your Thursday. And yeah, like I said, but keep an eye out. Good chance of a pop-up stream over the weekend. But otherwise, I will see you guys soon. Take care. Have a great night. Let's go say hello to Craft Redux. Queuing up the raid now. There we go. And there we go. Guys, thank you. Have a good one. Take care. And I'll see you soon. See you on the other side of the raid, as a matter of fact. Later, guys. I miss Diane. Have a wonderful weekend.